How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. I'm Mo, and today we're getting it painted with a little bit of Starcadia Quest. So, of course, I put up a poll, asked you guys what you wanted to see me paint, or not necessarily what you wanted to see me paint, but what you wanted to see me bring to the channel. And Starcadia Quest won out over Zombicide Invader and Zombicide Black Plague Wolfsburg. So that's what we're painting. There is a poll up to see what you want us to play against. I think right now the aliens. The xenomorphs are winning, but of course you can go out to the community tab and vote on that. That's of course what I'll have to paint next week. So with that said, we're just going to go ahead and flip over. I currently have my nose annoying me as usual. I currently have six guys, or 6 characters, which means I would be playing three-handed 6 characters. I don't know if that's ideal or not, because it is the Starcadia Quest. You can watch it on the channel. We've played a variant. It's a solo variant, co-op variant, because there really isn't one for Starcadia Quest. There's one for Arcadia Quest. So I don't know how well that will work as you scale the player count. So I may have to reevaluate some of the rules, see how we do that. Plan to paint 4. 4 should be the minimum that I paint tonight, David, because if I don't paint at least 4, then we don't have our team. So I do have a couple that I feel like are going to be easy. So the first one here is Marley. So he should be easy. He's just white and black. Hi, Lucita. Yeah, it's a pretty dress that you're wearing tonight. Yeah. Are you coming to give me a good night kiss? Oh, what's that? That's a bucket. Okay, you sleep well. Okay, bye-bye. No, that's Daddy's. That's Daddy's dice. Dad. That's Daddy's dice. Hang on, where's the big orange one for you? Here you go. There you go. You can have that one. All right, go with Mama. Go play with Mama dice. Go play with Mama dice. All right. There we go. I have to paint the bad guys after the heroes. Yes, we have to paint the bad guys after the heroes. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, the first one was Marley. Second one here is Nixie. So she's mostly shades of purple. She's not 50 shades of gray. She's 50 shades of purple. Then we have Cury here, which again, I think he's mostly like purplish colors and is green. Blue as well. Blue. Winter. And now this is one that most people don't know. And this is the only reason I went up to 6 instead of 4, was because I did get Winter in, and I'm thinking I should probably play her because she's a new promo character that CMON never released. And Tycoon Games, they actually, I guess, got the stock. Like, I don't know what CMON was going to do with these promos, but I guess they just sat on them. So we do have Winter, and she's purples and pinks. And then we have Alpha. So Alpha, again, should be an easy one because he's mostly black. Yeah, so Marley is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And, of course, you know, Alpha, of course, is Tron. 90... So CMON has always done their little parody homages type of characters. I think Starcadia Arcadia really dug into it. Same as second edition Zombicide really dug into it. So I'm not usually one for those types of characters, but with Starcadia Quest you kind of can't get away from it because, like I said, all of them are basically one of those characters. So here we go. All right, so we're gonna start him. He's gonna probably need like 5 coats of white because white. And I didn't prime him white because I'm stupid. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. Do the 2 easies, get them knocked out, and then go after the other ones. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Because I do have less time. You're right, because I am starting an hour later than usual. Although I guess it depends how much energy I have if I can make it to 3 instead of 2. Because I've started late before, and then I just went longer. Wow, there is way too much water on the top of my wet palette right now. All right, so we are just getting him white, so I'm not really concerned about... precision at this point. All right. Just want to get him white for his first coat, because like I said, we're gonna probably need a couple coats. Yeah, I was thinking about, David, I was thinking about two birds with one stone. So there are some of the lieutenants and actually the bosses, the generals, or I forget what the big ones are called. Some of them actually have cards where you can play them as heroes. So I was debating, I was like, oh, maybe I should just paint them. Because then I'd be like, okay, well, now I can, now I have them for later if I ever need them as a boss. But the problem is I would hate to have painted one for the game, use them as my hero, and then all of a sudden run into a scenario where I need to use them in the mission or in the scenario. And it's like, well, now what do I do? So, didn't go that route. So, I guess future gameplays after I've painted them for their mission, their scenario. Now, one thing I noticed about these, and this is something, these are older CMON minis. And they have a lot of good detail. Like their detail is very well defined. Like they have lines for their, like Alpha has lines, like actual groove lines for his lights, I guess, his Tron light effects. I thought that was very, not to say, I thought it was very telling, I guess is the word I'm looking for, of CMON's mini quality changes over the years, because they used to have very poor quality minis. And then they started having really good quality minis. And then they started having like quality minis. So, I don't know. All right. See now, David, you said that, right? You were like, oh, color all the ones that, that are easier. But like her hair is white and I've got all this white here. Has anybody else got a lot of white? No, just him. And then her hair. Thing is, she's also got this pink kind of at the bottom of her hair. Let's go ahead and do her hair because it might need more than one coat. Looks like I'm still a mod. Yeah, you're still a mod. I mean, I'd have to take away the mod, so yeah, that's what it is. Prime Alpha Black. Yeah, same thing. Could have primed him a darker gray, because normally I do use a dark gray prime. But I did not this time. I did not. Yeah, I'd have to. I didn't think to get rid of your mod power, so we'll just leave it alone. Maybe one day I'll actually be big enough where, like, spammers come into the chat and you'll have to. I'd need somebody to do something about it quicker than I can because I'm not looking at the chat constantly. Who knows? I just got tired of Streamlabs muting you, and I don't know, and I didn't look if there's a way to give somebody like a different role in Streamlabs. Don't know. So far, you can ban yourself. Yeah, get out of line. You have to ban yourself. That's how that works. So I do put out, like, and I don't know, maybe some people just, like, I like having things in the background while I paint. So that's why I kind of figured these would be, like, maybe other people would want to paint their Marvel United minis or whatever and just kind of chill out. So I always post in a couple Discords in their painting channel, say, hey, if you just want to hang out. We haven't got many people hanging out, though. Now, the one thing with her, like everybody else, I'll be able to like look up the paint jobs that whoever painted these originally did. But with her, she's new, so there's nothing to look up. There's definitely, like I said, there's definitely like even comparing these to the Marvel United minis, right? Because they're both chibi style minis. There's a dramatic difference in the level of detail. Like I haven't even put on my other glasses yet. I haven't put on my regular painting glasses. I'm still using my everyday glasses. And the details are like very distinguishable. Like what's hair? What's an arm? What's a cape? All right. Now we're gonna have to do her sword. Now that I think about it, we gotta do her sword because we're gonna have to make that glow. So I was going to do a comic book look on these, but unfortunately the art is not lending itself to kind of tell me exactly where to do the cell shading for the comic book look. So I don't know if I want to attempt that or not. Somebody else has a glowing sword. This guy does. The Piccolo guy. Dragon Ball Z Piccolo guy. Why do I feel like I'm off today? Off camera. Most people in modern times are busy. Got to binge some TV series. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing. Like, yeah, if you're going to have a lot of stuff in the background, a lot of people, yeah, do have their TV shows or movies and all that stuff in the background too. I know the guy on Board Game Geek. I don't know his name. Just because I'm horrible with names. He does a mini painting as well. Like he does like mini painting nights. And I don't know how many people actually go out and watch that. And that's, you know, saying something because that's BGG, where like they probably have thousands of more subscribers than I do. Also don't know what color I want to paint the bases. I was thinking about that before I started the stream. I'm like, what color am I going to paint these bases? Because I can't really paint them a color, right? Because the way this works is you have a team of two. So you have a crew of two. And that's how your teams work. And so you have red, yellow, green, and blue, I believe are the team colors. So most likely it's just going to be black bases. Of course, unlike Marvel United minis, these don't have any texture on their bases. Now I bought some bases. I could rebase these, but I was looking at some of the minis, and some of the minis would just be really hard to get off their bases without destroying the base. And so like now I'm afraid that I would destroy the base, try to put the other base on, not like the way it turned out, and I'd be down a character. So I've not decided to do that yet. He's got something on his helmet there. Hard part with this is keeping it smooth since his head's so round. Base is black with speckles for a Starfield effect. That would work. I saw another one. What they did was they were gray or maybe silver. They did like a metallic, right? And then they just took black and did like a dry brush of black across it, so it just kind of made it look textured a little bit. But I think I don't think they used metallic. I think it was just gray. So they could do a like a sidewalk type of technique, like more of an asphalt sidewalk type of thing. So with her hair, I'm going to have to do, actually something I've not done before. I'm going to have to do light glazes on the tips to get the pink in them. And I don't know if how far I want to take those up. It's actually something I got to figure out. I got to do because I actually, a couple of the other mobs, they have like these little pinkish purple edges too. So we're going to try to do some glazing tonight. I'll probably use my cheat technique of glazing and just use speed paints that's really watered down. That should work. Oh, she's got one on this hand too. There you go. All right. So, I'm going to let him dry a little bit. So I guess since we need to do black for him, we'll just do alpha next. Now, alpha is going to be fun because I will have to try to dilute some white to get it to go down in those recesses. So then I can put his orangish glow over everything. All right, so do I go straight black? I feel like I have to go straight black instead of my necromantic cloak. I do have an in-between. I have dragon black. I use dragon white. Let's use dragon black with dragon white. So unfortunately, I do not have any of Arcadia Quest. So Tycoon Games, and I think I mentioned what's got me into wanting to play this again, is Tycoon Games is doing Fable Quest, which is based in the world of Arcadia Quest, which Arcadia Quest is a spin-off of that universe, I'm guessing in the future. And I never got Arcadia Quest. So I was able to pick up Starcadia Quest a long time ago. So I'm kind of, with the Fable Quest, I'm curious what they're going to do there. I'm also wondering if they're going to do reprints of the original Arcadia. The problem I have, and this is just from looking at their website, right? So I was missing a couple things, and I picked up these promos, and they had everything overpriced. Like, this was stuff that was, I don't want to say given to them, right? They had to buy the game from CMOD. But there were things where, like, you should be able to get the comic and the extras for, like, 40, 50 bucks. And I think they had the extras for 40 by itself, and then the comic was like another 40. And it's like, no, that's overpriced. So I'm afraid that if they do Arcadia Quest reprints during the campaign, right? So because maybe the characters can go into Fable Quest, that they're going to overprice it. That's my fear. Oh, and the other thing, I said two things that made me think about it. Somebody actually left a comment on my Starcadia Quest playthrough because they're asking, you know, how's the game? Should I get into it? It was somebody from Brazil because, of course, I had to translate, and they actually left a comment on a couple channels. I was like, no, I actually think about it. I actually like Starcadia Quest. We just had never brought it back to the channel. Secondary market. The problem is because it's been out of print so long and there's so much content, it's expensive to get it all. Right? I don't want to say like an all-in on eBay right now goes for like close to $2,000, but I'm thinking that's close to accurate. I'd have to, of course I'd have to go out and look. But yeah, when I was looking, and when I did look once upon a time, it was kind of up there. Now, again, the problem with Arcadia Quest is the same thing with all CMON games, is they have way too many heroes compared to, of course, the baddies that you go up against. And the chances of you playing them all is not, likely. So if I wanted to get everything, I really don't think I'd want all the heroes anyways. I'd want all the bad guys. But yeah. Yeah, it's expensive, David, because there's the main game and I think an expansion. Then I think they did another Kickstarter for like I don't know if it was a standalone or if it was just another expansion. Then they added a pets expansion. Then they added companions expansion, then they added mounts expansion. So they've had a lot of expansions and big boxes, like big box and small box expansions. And then you had I think it was called Mesmora. So Mesmora, what it let you do was actually take your Arcadia Quest characters and you got to take them on actual dungeon crawls. Whereas regular Arcadia Quest was the same as Starcadia Quest. It's a PvE type of game, I think. So they made a fully cooperative version, basically, that you could play with all the stuff that you already had. I'm like, well, that's kind of what I'd want to play. Now, the benefit of Arcadia Quest is there's a true solo mode, whereas Starcadia Quest, there isn't. There's just the homebrewed version of Arcadia Quest to use in Starcadia Quest. Which I don't mind. I actually was enjoyed it when we played it. But I think it's just like because of recency bias. I think just when I do most of my crowdfunding, or not crowdfunding, when I do most of my ratings, right, for my top games of all time, not playing it means that it doesn't rate, right, as high as some of the other ones that I've played more recently. Also, I don't know if the rating, like when you rate a game, right, and you house rule the game to play it, like, should you really rate the game the same as everything else if you're house ruling part of it? So he is very black now. And then, like I said, I'm going to have to get in here with my fine one. I'm going to have to tap in there to get the white in the creases. I think I've got them all. All right. So, where's my boy? All right. So he pretty much only has black in his creases. Yeah, so we went to a birthday party. Originally, earlier in the week, we thought it was going to be dads stay at home, dads babysit babies, and then the moms would go to the one mom's birthday party. And then I don't know if something broke down, something changed, and then basically it became the dads went with the moms to the birthday party. Which is fine. It just, like, they really didn't start getting things started until after 5 o'clock. And then by the time they got everything done and food was ready and prepared, it was like 8 o'clock, 8:30. Like, yep, I'm not going to make it back in time. All right, let's see what we can do here. Let's switch glasses. As Morris shows 7 BGG entries, co-op is cool, but that's still a lot. Yeah, so Mesmora has 7. So Mesmora 7, and then Arcadia Quest has its own. So yeah. Yeah, you saw the delay notice? Yeah. Yeah, I got to get in the habit of doing that. It's actually kind of hard to do from my phone. So YouTube Studio, in its infinite wisdom, or YouTube, I guess, in YouTube Studio, the app doesn't let you control your live streams. So I have to actually go in to the web browser and get it to open in there and hope it doesn't try to be stupid and keep opening the app. Because if it does that, then I got to go into private mode so it doesn't open the app. It's very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. It may be hard, but let's watchers plan their life, nap, food, etc. Yeah. 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 So let's see if I can do this, because I'm going to have to... Looks like a couple of these spots I'm going to have to try to get it very diluted. Yeah, that was harder than I thought it was going to be. Or not harder. I figured that's what was going to happen. It kind of bled. Bled over a little bit. This brush wasn't small, so next time I need to use a smaller brush. Yeah, panel lining is something I'm not to say not familiar with, but I don't do it. Best thing for panel lining, I believe, is like oils. Normally, I think when you do panel lining, they also recommend you putting your varnish on it already. Of course, that was still wet in there. And you get these tiny little, tiny little panel lines. This is where if my, so I bought the fine tip Sharpies, but they're not, I don't think, as good as like an actual fine liner. I think I need to buy a fine liner. This kind of stuff. It was like, oh, we should do him first because he'd be the easiest. Not necessarily, I guess. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, oh, he's gonna be easy, but it's like, yeah, all this fine lining is more detail, so you got to go a lot slower than something that's slightly, not to say more detail, but like more colors and variation, because you can kind of use one to cover up the accident from the other. This one you don't have that. You got black and you got white. You either get it or you don't. Definitely gonna have to do some white touch up. Just a little bit. Much it except for his ears. Yeah, we didn't get this to go down in there on its own. Sometimes it goes and it like goes right around the curve like it's supposed to, and then sometimes it's not as cooperative. No, gotta do his neck. Completely missed the neck. Would a wash have gotten the lines? Probably. And then I'd have to pretty much do the same thing though. I do a wash and then I have to, I would just have to paint the white back over it. So I think the net result is going to be the same, regardless of which way I do it. But a wash for the rest of them, yeah. I mean, like if I did a Nuln Oil on him, probably would work. So his emblem is kind of blue. It's kind of glowing blue. These three dots in the middle are kind of glowing blue. So. Oh, what would happen if I did? The problem with Nuln Oil is that it makes everything black. What I could do though, I gotta let them dry first, is I could do the Army Painter, the Speed Paint White as a wash, because it actually does more of a gray than a white. So I think that might be what we'll do. All right, so now we gotta do that same thing we did there for that lining for Mr. Tron, I mean Alpha. Yeah, so we get to do the same thing here. So basically, really, 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 really thin white. Problem is, I'm probably gonna have to do this a couple coats. I diluted it there, but then it didn't want to move on its own. Although with the white, if I get over the line a little bit, it's not as bad because, like I said, it's supposed to be like a glow. But the black getting over top of the white, not such a good idea. And this is where I've seen people use white ink. How to glow alpha. Yeah, so I think the same thing. I'm just going to fill these in, the white. Probably need a couple coats to get it nice and white in there. And then same thing, I'm just going to use speed paints. Diluted down speed paints to make it glow. They actually make fluorescent acrylic paints. They're high flow paints. I just don't happen to have any. So the two guys we said, oh, these will be the quickest, are probably going to take as much time as the other ones because of all of this. mean, if I could get this to do what it's supposed to do, like that. Oh, he's got a lot, man. It's going to take forever. Ooh. It's fun when it works because you see it go and it just spreads. I'm missing all of it, but I'm going to have to touch up galore. Just gave up on that piece. Yeah, definitely touch that one up. Well, I guess it's better to do this now than like 3 hours from now when I'm tired. Basically what I have to do is get some white paint on it and then dip it in the water. And get some white paint on it, dip it in the water. That's what I wasn't doing before. I was just putting the white paint on it and trying to paint. Yeah, that's much better. If I blow it, it kind of gets it off the top too. So. I can't even see where that is. If it was James Bond, you'd have to touch up P galore. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, again, I don't know all the references they've made, Simon made, and all the different games they made. I don't think they ever made a James Bond-esque character in any of their games. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm gonna have to do this more than once. Ugh. Don't tell me they didn't put a line on the rings. They didn't put a line on the rings. Oh, egg. And then there's got to be one on this inside too. So we're just gonna dab in there and see what happens. I need more whites. I think that's my problem now. Is now I'm just kind of using whitish water. I need like a drop though. 2. Still debating if I'm going to touch this up or if I'm just going to put the wash on it and see what happens. I guess I could touch up after the wash. guess the question is, how much is going to look like glow and how much is just going to look like a sloppy paint job? No, because that's what's going to determine what I do. Well, what happened to my white? I just realized I forgot they do this. So these small lines are not the white. The white is this piece. So I've been trying to do all these tiny little lines, and I forgot this piece here that's actually that raised portion is actually the part that needs to be white. I've been trying to do all these tiny lines this whole time when I really needed to do big fat lines. It dawned on me when I was trying to do the leg, and I'm like, why are there two lines on the leg? I wasted all that time. Holy cow. Because, yeah, on the head, it's only supposed to be this. So I don't even know what that extra thing is on his head. Gotta paint it black now. Yeah, it was like I was painting his leg. I'm like, his leg's got two lines, and it should only be one line. That makes it easier to color in the lines. Just color in between the two white lines. Well, Houston and Lexley were going easier. Yeah, we gotta look on the bright side, right? Look on the positive. Means I'm probably gonna need more white. I was thinking I only need a little bit of white because I was just doing that dab thing, but no, now I'm actually having to paint white. Because yeah, I was kind of running the same thing on the arm. Alright, so where is this on the arm? Which would make sense now why there's nothing on the ring, because the ring is a ring. So the whole ring is probably supposed to be lit up. Where does this one go? There's one that comes around his ankle. I'm not sure where it's supposed to go. And this one comes around the ankle. I guess they both come around the ankle and just stop. I don't think they come all the way around his feet. Probably gonna need the X-ray glasses for that. For his throwing rings, they're rings. They've got a ring. I think it's the edge, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's just the edge, which actually be easy enough. I say easy enough and then I completely butcher it. Yeah, completely messed up that ring. All right. I don't know how white I really need to make this. It's kind of the question. I don't know how bright it'll get based on the speed paints. All right, so let's go ahead and touch back up the black. I'm gonna use my detail brush. I'm not playing around this time. And we're also gonna get the other glasses. So I don't know why that piece is there. I think that's what threw me off. Is this. There's a line right here at the top that makes no sense because it's not really seen in the art. See here. Because I was doing the light wash, it kind of went where it wanted to go. In some areas it just pulled because there was a detail, a recessed detail, so now I gotta get all those back. These angles are still just weird to get to. Even with my x-ray glasses. And again, I'm kind of in the area of like, okay, how much do I really need to touch up? Because again, it'll act as a glow, but how much of the glow will look like a glow and not look like, you know, bad paint job, like I said earlier. So, kind of in the fence. Now I'm running into a problem where the black paint's going down into that groove that the white paint used to be down in. I'm kind of like, should I let that happen? Fortunately, I kind of have to, because I'm not going to try to paint that white again. I'm make sure the helmet's nice and clean, because again, that's on the top. Alpha versus Venom, black suit times 2. Yeah. Alright, well. Looks good from 100 miles away. Like I said, I'm just hoping that when I do the wash, it'll kind of make it look like a glow. I do have a couple areas that are not as clean as I would like them. Problem is, if I try to touch up after I put the glow, then it runs into the risk or the problem of looking dramatically different. Means then I got to touch up everything. And that's no fun. I forgot to check the bottom of the discs. Yeah, I didn't mess at the bottom as much as I did the top. Say good enough and move on. Yeah, probably. I do need to, I think there's 2 white dots on this chest that I gotta do again. Let's see if I have any white. I don't have any white. Dang it. Alright, so I also got to make that color. That's a very weird color. It's not like red and it's not orange. It's a very weird color. It's almost like a pastel. Actually, I do have that pastel salmon. That salmon might actually work. All right. Neon for the wall. Yeah, like I said, I don't have the neon acrylic paints, so can't really go that route. But I do have, like I said, I have this salmon. Where's my salmon? Purple, red, pastel purple, yellow, green, brown. Where's my salmon? It should be down here with the reds and the Crusader skin. There it is, pastel salmon. I don't know. I mean, it's not red is the thing. It's not like a red glow. I mean, here it is. Here it's more of an orangey red glow. Like, I don't know what color it's supposed to be. I'm wondering if that'll be too light. So if we go with the orangey red, got Crusader skin. That's kind of an orangey red. It'll turn that color. Just almost that color. I could do that with a drop of orange in it. Now let's try this. All right. Experimentation time. Considering I've now spent an hour and a half on 2 minis. I mean, normally it's an hour per mini, so I'm not like off pace, but it did take a while. All right, so we're gonna do two. Let's do 2 drops of Crusader skin. Do 1 drop of orange. 1 drop of orange. And then we're going to do, let's do 3 drops of the medium. 1, 2, 3. Actually, let's 4, 5, 6. I really want it diluted down. I don't want it that thick. All right, here we go. For fresh breath and experiment time. All right, here we go. Almost wondering what happens if I just cover him completely with the wash. I mean, it's black. I don't think it actually would show up too well, so I'm kind of getting it everywhere anyways. Call it a reflective glow. Well, I'll putting a matte varnish on them anyway, so it'll tone down this glossiness will go away. It's not as bright, but some of it might still come off. I guess I could do like a small dry brush or something. But we're gonna wait. I'm gonna put you there. We're gonna call you what you are for now. I'm still playing with them. Trying to get a couple more like whitish spots. I'm trying to take some of the wash off of a couple spots. See if I can get like a whiter white. Leave him alone, Will. Alright, let's go back to our little man. We gotta do some... Oh no, I was gonna do a wash on him, wasn't I? See what happens. Because this is... Nope, not that one. Not chipping medium. Definitely don't want to do chipping medium. There it is. So holy white is not white. It's gonna come out gray. So what I'll end up doing is put this on him to kind of get those extra details out, I think. And then we'll just use white back over top of it, maybe. This, though, needs to be shook like it's been baked like no tomorrow. Actually, I kind of need to do another coat of white anyways, because this is, again, it looks brighter than it does to me. And that was way too much. Well, why did you put that many drops? You didn't need that many drops. Yeah, it's got to dry again. Yeah, it looks, it's close, but like, I guess, you know, for me, the problem is you see the professional painters like do these great glow effects, and it's like, mine's not even close to that. I'm not professional. All right, let's go to Piccolo. Let's get some color. So let's do some color for a little bit. All right, what color do I want Piccolo? Nope. It's hard to tell. So I'm having that same problem I had before, right? Where like this is bright, this is dark. Good Old Faithful. This is kind of my Old Faithful right here. Goblin Green. I run out of this stuff, I'm in trouble. Don't understand why gray. It's that wash. I don't know why everybody hated that wash. When that wash came out, like nobody liked that wash because it wasn't white, right? People wanted to actually be able to paint with this stuff like it was regular paint, but it's not, right? It's meant to like seep into the crevices. So the way it's designed, is it will put the gray in the crevices and it's supposed to leave the white on the top. The problem is that it doesn't, I'd say bleed off. It doesn't come off of the surfaces smoothly enough to do that. So basically he's going to be gray and now I've got to repaint him again white. I could probably dry brush it, would probably be fine. I don't know. That might have been a wasted step and just making me have to do more work. We'll see. But yeah, the new speed paint line has an actual white in it. The original did not. Yuck. Yuck. I got a green finger. Don't want a green finger. Actually, I got 2 green fingers. Maybe 3. Too many green fingers. All right. All right. We're going to paint Big Piccolo. Thinking that's who he's supposed to be, is Piccolo. Because he's Cury, and all of your Dragon Ball characters are food references. Well, I think, is Piccolo a food reference or is he a musical instrument reference? Yeah, that's a good question. I guess they're not. It's based on the family now that I think about it. Because, yeah, Bulma and Trunks, right, is underwear. He's trying not to paint his eyes, but that's okay. It's your effort. I still don't understand. But robot could use some blue glow. Yeah. I still got to go back and do that, but I want to repaint him white, or at least highlight him up white back again, and then then I'll do the same glow as I did on Alpha. Get in there. That arm was a pain in the butt. And the problem is I still got to get inside and paint his shirt. I don't know what color his shirt's supposed to be. Because see, the cloak in the picture goes over top of his arm. But here, the cloak is separate. Unless his shirt's the same color as his cloak. I guess I could look up a Dragon Ball Z picture of Piccolo. It's been a while. I think it's purple, right? His gi is purple, like a dark purple. Get them all? Yeah. Yeah, because here it's more like a light purple, but again, is it the glow from his weapon that's causing that? Chibi Sith, though. Oh, yeah, you're right. It could be Yoda. It could be like a Yoda, too, like a Yoda cross. Sometimes, yeah, your homage type things is like they do 2 or 3 things at once. I've always thought of him as Piccolo because of the big cloak, but you're right, with the lightsaber like thing he's got, it could be like a Yoda too. All right, so that purple was the chaotic red, right? I like that chaotic red on the guy we painted for I have crusted sword. I think I like this one better. They're actually about the same, to be honest. But I like this when I did the cape on, what was the guy's name? The guy from Zombicide. There we go. Look him. And we're going to take like 5 coats again because we have a nice, big, smooth cape. Gotta love it. Can't mention the art anyway. Yeah, yeah, because of the way they've got the art. Yeah, you're right. I try my best. That's all I can ask of myself. Need to paint down in there. I think for his pants, maybe they're supposed to be like a light tan. I don't know. We think about it like if it's Yoda, then this would have been needed to be brown, right? And then underneath of that, he wears that light tan like cloth outfit thing. I mean, they do have a lot of Star Wars references, right? Um, trying to remember, do they have a Luke Skywalker? I know they have like they have Han, but it's a girl instead of a guy. They have Chewie, but he's a big white furball. They have Princess Leia. She's very easily identifiable. Then they have a. I don't think they have like a Luke as a Luke. They have a guy that's a pilot that could be Luke, Poe Dameron, and his name lends him to be like Top Gun. So Tom Cruise. How much time we have to dab that spot? There we go. Holy cow. All right. You weren't serious when you said Yoda, but now you've got me thinking it, and it makes sense. There's a BGG thread. So like during the campaigns of a lot of your CMON games, somebody always starts a BGG thread to figure out who the people are. I can't remember who they were saying this might or could be. I know Piccolo is one of them. I mean, that's a given. Another fun thing about any of these like cloak and garments that are like these multi-layer ones, it's like, okay, you paint the cloak and you end up hitting the cloth, so then it gets red on it. Then you paint the cloth and you end up getting the cloak. And it's like you're supposed to start from the bottom and work to the top, but it's like, yeah, so that's going to need one more coat, but I'm going to wait till that dries and then I'll use the thing on it. I'm going to look up the official art, see what they did for his undergarment. Say his undergarment. Oh, looks like he's got a belt too. All right, let's see here. What's his name? Cury? Cury. Starcadia Quest. That's what we got. Oh, that's right. He was a 2-pack. Yeah, so this guy, they did it the reddish cloak, they did like a dark purple shirt, and they did like tan pants. This one, I don't know. They gave him like some kind of yellow mohawk thing going on. There's the Kickstarter page. I should still have it pulled up. Yep. Sometimes they have painted You just click on their thing. So this is Patty and Cherry, Naomi and Tanaka, Cury and Yuri. It's Cury and Yuri. I bought more pickles yet, so enough with the piccolo. Brandolin, Jacob. There he is. Cury and Yuri. There you go. Cury has a flair for the dramatic. What can we expect from a stage actor turned freelancer? He's performed roles in the great, small, in the stages, and across the Starcadian space. Huh. Aw, they're not painted. I always thought they always painted them. Big child. Creatives. I imagine it was Big Child Creatives that did the painting for him. It's my OCD. It really, more or less anything, it's just my OCD. It honestly doesn't matter what color I paint him. It's just my OCD of knowing that it's right or wrong and does it match the art. And unfortunately, I can't find anything quick enough, so I'm probably just going to go with whatever I want to go with. All right, so let's go with a off-white pants. Yeah, we'll go with Blanco Hueso, or bone white. Hueso. Hueso. Hold on. No. Yeah. Hueso. H is silent. Almost white pants. Yeah, I'm going to go with a bone white. I think will be good. Yeah, definitely. Our Arid Earth is more of a yellow white. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because, yeah, they've got that shadow going on. It's a little hard to tell, like, what color that should be because of the shadow. Probably going to need 2 coats. Means I just put way too much of this in my wet palette again. I don't know why I do that. I mean, I know why I do it. It's because I'm stupid, but I mean, other than that, it's just a bad habit that I over squeeze because I think I need more. Alright, so I'm going to let that dry because it's probably going to need a second coat. Alright, we're going to do his shirt. So, do a dark purple because I need a dark purple for the girls, the 2 girls. So I could do a dark purple. I mean, it's going to be way up under there. This might be too dark for the girls now I look at it. Well, the one, I think Winter might be fine, but I think Nixie, I think she's... Because the Winter's got some dark purple on her stuff with her pink. But Nixie, I'm not sure. Might be too dark for her hat. Stupid fruit flies. Sings your hard habit to break. There you go. There we go. I did a little bit less this time. Probably still too much, but I did a little bit less this time. One part is I have to go in here, paint that, which means I know I'm going to whack his arms about 5 times, maybe 6. And his pants. Why did I do the pants first? Another hard habit to break. Start from the bottom, Will, and work your way up. Of course, the tan isn't dry yet. Should Cury's feet be green? No, it looks like he's got boots on. I'll paint them black. I don't think the purple's too bad. Matches close enough to the art because, like I said, this kind of has like a purple tint to it. All right, so let's do his cloak again. I want this to be watered down quite a bit, so we can make sure it goes on smooth. It's a red door and want it painted black. No colors anymore. I want them to turn black. All right. So while we are at let's get his eyes, because eyes are probably going to need a couple coats. Yeah, so I saw another painting. It was like they painted his, like on his head he had like yellow, like they gave him a mohawk. I was kind of confused by that one. Get all that dot. So it might need 2 coats, but it might not. Hiding behind the pip. Stone, sing it. Touch up his skin wherever I painted it purple. Just paint his thumb here, but I almost guarantee I'm going to paint over his thumb again when I paint the hilt of the lightsaber. Feel 99% confident I'm going to do that. My assurance is quite high on that one. Mini Shrek with a sword. Yeah. Mini Shrek with a sword. All right. Tiny little eyes. I want to touch up because I get a dot. I didn't want it to be a dot. Where's it going? Kind of looks like a vision. All right. So, pants? No, shoes. Yeah, shoes and pants. So I don't think I need to do anything on the purple again. Unless I screw up the purple when I'm doing the pants again. Actually, I do need to touch up the cloak because I was using that big brush and I forgot. I didn't get everything. There he is. Hey, Ricardo, how you doing? Do you guys ever use your fave miniature as a stand in another game that doesn't correspond to? No, my OCD doesn't quite allow that. However, I mean, with technology getting better, like it is, people are starting to make, you know, pretty good cards to use for other games. So, for example, I've got my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for second edition and for White Death. And I've seen people make cards to do TMNT in Marvel superheroes. So I was like, oh, that'd be probably cool. I'd probably do that. But yeah, normally I keep them in the game they are. I think the easiest, you know, conversion if you're going to do from one game to another would be like your dungeon crawlers. Because with your dungeon crawlers, it's real easy just to, you know, a mob is a mob is a mob, as long as the scale matches. So I was actually working on a crossover with Dungeon Saga Origins and Hero Quest. So kind of taking some of the good rules from Dungeon Saga and then putting them into Hero Quest, because Hero Quest really doesn't have a good solo mode. So I was working on that for a while. Now I was converting the quests. So by doing that, I was trying to create proxy cards for mob cards from all of the Dungeon Saga Origin mobs and then of course their characters. So that way I could, you know, you could use them in Hero Quest. There he goes. Now I'm kind of thinking that was a stupid idea, David, because I'm gonna paint the bases black, right? So now he's gonna have black shoes and a black base. It's probably a bad idea. All right, let's do his sword. Saw some custom turtle content for Heroes United. Yeah. See, I was looking at that. I think the biggest problem with that is like I really like that, like because I like TMNT. I think that would be great. But the cost of the minis and the cost of the cards getting printed and then getting the location tiles in a cardboard so they match my tile, like that cost would just be too big, and I've got so much content that and if I want to do turtles, I actually have there was an adventure series. So IDW built an adventure series, so it's got Batman animated and it's got TMNT. They're actually cross compatible. I don't know if I'd ever combine them. So if I want a TMNT game, I've got a TMNT game. Same thing, got to paint all those minis. Gotta paint all over me. No, I don't want that there. Don't need a lot of this, Will. All right. Well, like I know a lot of people also, I guess, they proxy because you weren't able to get something. And so like, you know, if you weren't able to get some characters for a game, right? And it's really expensive to get those characters. And I see people proxying that. My FOMO doesn't allow me not to have the character or whatever the thing is. I usually got to get it all anyways. So I usually don't have to proxy. I will have to proxy for Rocksteady and Bebop though. In Zombicide, because Simon did everybody dirty. and I'm not going to spend over $200. It's up. They're going for over $250 without the comic now. It's crazy. And of course I'm going to hit his pants. Why wouldn't I hit his pants? Just seems like something I would do. Does anybody else need gunmetal while I've got it out? Not really. Dang it. Going to glow the blade the same? Yeah, same. Well, I mean, I'll do a red, but yeah, same. Same. So second verse, same as the first. All right, so pants. Screwed up the pants, Will. Like, how many more times I'm gonna have to touch up his pants? I'll probably have to touch him up again after I do the base, because I guarantee I'm gonna screw up and get black on his base. Now for the base, I am using a different color black. Oh, do the shirt the dark purple or the reddish purple? Guess I'll let you answer that while I make the mix for his sword. Red. Have blood red, slaughter red. I think we're gonna go with blood red. The reddish purple. Okay, Ricardo's saying reddish purple. Yeah, reddish purple. I was thinking that too, because normally you do like split it up, so you would do the reddish purple at the top, reddish purple at the bottom. All right, so we're gonna do. Let's try one drop of that. Oh, I guess I'm getting 2 drops. We'll do 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and see David saying the shirt purple. You guys are going the opposite way. Made way too much of that. No, but you know, I was thanks. We want to take it. We want to take some off of the center. That looks like sabery. Right? Right? Yes? No? Maybe? Maybe a little bit extra on the side. I think maybe I make the side a little bit darker. It'll help. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the darker purple. I'm going to do the darker. I was debating that too after I did the black, and I said, oh, that black's going to be a bad idea. Probably not even going to notice it or see it either way. Because, I mean, it's the bottom of the mini. All right. All right, back to our little robot friend. All right, so technically we got 2 down, right? Because we're calling him done, calling our Tron guy done. Not really a complete fan of how he turned out. Yeah, that's what it is. All right, we gotta make you white again. We gotta make you white again. And the easiest guy, which was him, I made the hardest, or the most, not to say taxing, but like more effort on him than it probably was really needed. My guy might need an outline for his feet to be visible. Oh, yeah. Huh. So now we kind of come back to, should they be white? Should the bases be white or black? Yeah, I just created more work for myself by doing this. And so, like, what I'm doing now, ironically, is what most people actually do. They paint the mini, they put a wash on it, they paint the mini a second time. Not a fan. So, like we did with the Undead or Alive, when I did the Undead or Alive, or not the Undead or Alive, the Zombicide minis, same thing, right? I put the wash on it, and then after the wash, like I showed people, like, oh, are you gonna, you're gonna highlight that up, right? You can do a highlight and blah blah blah. I'm like, I don't want to spend that extra time to do a second paint job on a mini if they look okay. Again, that's saying something. I mean, I got OCD and everything annoys me in the way I paint. Yet I paint them and I'm like, nope, I'm good with that. Trying to, oh, it's catching up and then I see that there's messages that have been deleted. Attention to deals with not quite OCD. Encountered one OCD person vibrating and indecision between two things at once. Oh, you just fix your spelling. Oh. All right, so now touch up his eyes, and then yeah, we'll have to do the glow effect on them. All right. I'm still gonna have to do like another white on his head. I don't know how diluted I can get this white. One of my least favorite things about perfectly round surfaces is trying to get it smooth while still getting opacity. Especially considering I don't want to too much in this little symbol he's got on his head. It's like a power symbol. All right, so we need a really light blue. I think I usually use my pastel blue for this. Yep. All right, there we go. I only need one drop. All right. All right. I think he is good. 3 down. Ugh. All right. So, that one. Okay, these 3 done. All right. So we got our team purple and team blue. Let's go with team blue real quick. feel like she should be easy to knock out. As long as I get the right color blue. So she's kind of like a light blue and a lighter blue. She's one of the Aptar people. Ugh. I don't want to make her blue. I don't want to make her, I mean, I want to make her blue, but I want to make her blue. Oh, electric blue. I don't think that's what color you are. I feel like that's her either. Troglodyte blue? That almost feels like that could be her spots. I feel like this electric blue isn't going to be right. Alright, we're going to try the electric blue. I feel like this is like a bright blue. It's not like a soft blue. No, actually, that might be good. Probably didn't do enough, but too little rather than too much. That's been my problem all night. I put too much paint. Yeah, I think I was thinking of Magic Blue. There's one of my speed paints is called Magic Blue. It's like a very bright blue. It's more of a light blue. It says light blue, not a bright blue. It might be too bright of a blue. Always the problem. Well, I mean, it darkens up. We're still playing with wet paint, so let's... I guess I'll just see. Why am I painting in there? Who knows? Because I know it's in there. Hmm. All right. So she's basically this and a bunch of brown and black hair, gold accents, gold eyes, and then the blue, the light blue. Yeah, sure, we'll go with it. We're gonna go. Fine. All right, but now this might not work anymore. I can either add white to that, or we go glacier blue. Why am I doing this first? Let's do over leather. Don't know what color to do it. So I grabbed leather brown. What other color are you going to color leather? Guess should have that instead of winter up there, so you guys know what I'm doing. All right. Why'd I get that first? Well, I got to do her hair first. And see, her hair is not black. It's kind of has a slight blue tint to it. So let's try this stormy blue that I keep fighting because it gets too dark. This might actually work for her hair. Also have dark blue. Never used this one. Then I have Oxford blue. No clue what color that is. And then this is the Hex Lichen, which I know I painted that purple this time, but it's so dark. This is such a dark purple you can't even see. I want a black cap. That the one time I don't want it to look like blue, it's looking like blue. Every other time I've used this, it comes out almost like a black. I'm doing this and I feel like I'm gonna have to paint it back over black. Yeah, I think there's too blue. Just black wash. Yeah, I was as you're probably were typing that, I was in the back of my head thinking that. I'm like, well, if I do a wash, will that darken it enough? And really, the reason it does what it does is it's based on the primer, right, and how thin this goes on or doesn't go on. So I'm thinking, most of the other times I've done this, I've been using the dark gray primer, which is what I usually use. This time I'm using a light gray primer and, well, putting on top of light blue. I forget, there was a Marvel United mini where, same thing, the hair had more of a blue tint to it. And I remember making a blue, I think it was Spider-Woman. It just looked like a little bit more bluish in the art. So I kind of gave it that blue tone. But No clue how I did it. This one's fun because I got to paint her clothes underneath as well. Although black wash probably would solve that too. You would like, yeah, keep the blue highlights. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's just like I said, it's just odd. You know, I've used this paint a couple times and like it looks almost black, so I end up like painting over it with a lighter blue. And this time it didn't even come close to being that dark. All right. Now we can color all the brown. I'm thinking because she's so, you know, because the blue being so vibrant, I don't mind using the same brown for all the brown. Problem's getting up under here. One of the problems, I don't know where things are, or what things are, I guess. Her position makes it very weird, very odd to paint. All your life you've used the same brown. What can brown do for you? Yeah, we're gonna have to X-ray goggle this. Because I can't tell what's like inside of her shirt, where her shirt is. Here's the fun part. I do this to myself. I say it time and time again. Paint from the bottom up, Will. But I'm painting from the top down, and therefore I'm hitting everything underneath. Tiny brush. I'm just using a big brush to kind of just get it slapped in there. Actually, another one here. There's these armbands and stuff. Good. I'm trying to like zoom in to get down in there, and then I just basically was just jamming the paint on there anyway. So it's like I just done that without it. All right. Definitely have to darken up her hair. And I've messed it up, so it's... What color is the tail bands? They look black. Oddly enough, everything else was brown, and those ones were, at least in the art, was like a black. This probably did not solve my problem. Probably just made this worse. Probably just made this worse. Let's find out. It might actually be too bad now. All right. I'll use this for the tail bands too. Looks like she's supposed to have some kind of design in her bow too. All right. I'm going to assume the tip of her tail is furry. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if it looks better. Alright. I'm going to do the light blue touch up, and then we're going to do the other light blue. All right. That's good there. So, all right, we'll do a light blue. I gotta do the light blue because then their eye is on top of the light blue. So that's yellow. So I don't think that's gonna be fun any way I look at it. All right, so I got 2 more I didn't get done. So the question's going to be, finish this one, we go with these 4. Do those offline, or I do those next week. I mean, technically, the xenomorphs, if that's what wins, are pretty easy because they're all black. I'm not going to take much to paint those. Because honestly, I could probably prime them black. Or I prime them, I actually have some brushed bronze. No. Brushed Not brushed nickel. It's a brush something. And it would probably be a pretty good color for their base coat. Then I just have to put like a, if I want to do like a pearlescent. I've seen a lot of people do like a pearlescent on them. I have to see how this looks. I'm afraid it's going to be too light because her markings are just like subtle. Yeah, I still got to do the gold on her dreads. Again, do you want to glow outline Alpha's feet? I don't know. It's an option. This is fun. You get a stripe in behind her bow. Oh, she's got knee braces on too. Because it doesn't matter how neat the line is back there. Okay, how are these on her arm? No, they go down her arm. She's got her stripes. And she has knee, said kneecaps, knee pads. I don't know how they're technically working because I don't see a strap, but Just breaking that up a little bit. All right, so we need her eyes. So we're going to her eyes and then gold bits. The bits of gold. I need my eyes. I think Bella wants to go out, so I will be right back. Uh, 10 till 2. Yeah, we'll at least get her done. There's no way I mean, I haven't even started these two, so there's no way I'm even going to come close to getting those. I mean, even in an hour, like, say I went till 3, not going to happen. So, like I said, I think the Xenos, luckily, if they win, they're not too hard. Even still, I have to check the scenario. I think even if I were to do the Thorn Troopers, there's only a couple of them, so I don't think they'll be too difficult either. All right, so yellow eyes. I think I can get away with this. I think I can get away with my ochre. Alright. Put the other glasses back on. Painting Starcadia results in a delay. That just means more Marvel United. We will see. I have no clue what I'm doing at any given point in time. But yeah, I do need to I need to look at the map and determine what I have available already painted to where I am. Because I know I've got like Spidey stuff, so I mean, there's definitely could do a Spidey one. Problem is I can only do that so many times because they have to rest before I can use the characters again. There we go. Alright, so all we need now is the black, more of a line, and the white dot, specular highlight as they call it. It's not working. Where do they have a specular? They have it on the left side. And the thing is, they have actually more colors in her than I've got. Is this red purple still working? Give some extra color in here. They had red, but I don't have red right now. Be a leaf in her here. Oh, it's right there. Say a leaf. Why did I say a leaf? Feather. Okay, Busy. All right, we'll do her gold bits. These are just slightly easier to actually knock out a whole mini, but it's only because I selected different, like each one of them has different colors. So it's not like I'm having to like use a color on multiple minis. And that's kind of been the problem like with most of the painting that I do is like I'm kind of bouncing around because it makes sense. Oh, I've got red, let's just go ahead and finish off red. All right, this one. Bangles? Oh, you mean just the, I don't know, just, yeah, like in her dreads. Yeah. Something. Don't feel the golden color is very effective for being a hunter, though. And again, she's going to be on spaceships now, so maybe not as important. There we go. Just to say these are done, let's go ahead and get the bases knocked out. Which is just black, so pretty simple. I mean, I got 4 done, so that's, oh, what is that? 4 hours, 4 done. That's about my pace. Unfortunately, I had to do double duty on him because I decided to try something and it didn't work out. And then I was painting him incorrectly. So, yeah, we're gonna see how he goes with the pure black base, and then I'll decide what I want to do before next time we paint. All right. That's going to be entertaining. I'm going to get underneath of her for the base. So we're going smaller brush. I got 90% of it. I think I'm fine. One down. Kind of like blue bases for Avatar, for the girl. Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the thing. The original color, well, actually, they weren't blue. Sorry, the bag, and this is weird because it's Marvel United. We're so used to them being, I'm so used to them being blue. They're like this gray color, right? Is their original color. And I could technically paint the bases that color. So I'm a little bit late now because I just painted it black. But I could have made them like a wolf gray. The bad guys they all have blue bases. So, yeah, it's just different than usual. I think most miniature painters go with black just because it's clean, simple. It makes the mini stand out more usually, except for in the case of Alpha. Two down. These are technically two different blacks. So he's dragon black, and then this is pure black. So don't know if that's going to be enough of a difference. All right. Let's see what we got. We got blue. Got our eyes in there with our specular highlight. Over stripes. We got our little robot guy. What's the little robot? Marley. It's Marley the robot. It's not quite as white as I want him to be, so I might have to do another one. Another coat of white. I'll wait till I have regular lights tomorrow. And then Alpha, aka Tron guy. Yeah, I mean, it's such a solid straight. This is your first Arcadia painted. You have the option to not end wash. Yeah. Yeah, these, because again, I think they're the same as like Marvel United, right? They're that chibi anime cartoony style. I wouldn't want to do a wash on them. So yeah, the sword didn't quite come out as bright as I wanted it. So on this guy, what's this one? What is it again? Cury. So this is Cury. I mean, I got his cape nice and smooth though. That's like that's the kicker right there. If you can get the capes nice and smooth. I wanted to, with these, I wanted to do a cell shading or comic book look, but there's just not enough for me to go off of on these pictures to do it. So they're just my normal painting. But yeah, I mean, it's still not the problem. It's still not glowing. Like, you know, it doesn't glow. And I think that's because it's still too dark. I don't know how to lighten that up. Maybe I'll look up a video. Give me something to do for next week. All right. What am I looking for? I'm looking for webcam. Where's webcam? There's webcam only. All right. There we go, guys. That is that. This is the stream. Appreciate David hanging out with me. So I got at least 4 done. So technically I have enough heroes to play the game. I'd prefer to go in with 6 just to get more characters played with, just because there's so many. There's so many. But if I don't, and these 4 would probably work out fine as a... Basically, I can either play as 3 different crews, right? Or I can play as 2 crews with 2 people each. Either way works fine. Me and Audrey did a 2 crew, and the variant, the co-op variant, works okay with that. I don't know how good or bad it would be if with 3 crews. Like, is there just too many people now in the field, and if you're not fighting each other, there's not enough bad guys coming in? The difference is with the co-op, or at least the variant, you're spawning a bad guy after each person's turn. So technically bad guys are moving more and spawning possibly more. There's also a timer. So I think even if, like, okay, you have 3 players or 4 players, you're still limited by the same number of turns before the game would be over anyways. So it's what it is. For the Xenos, like I said, I don't remember how many there are. I think there's the big one, which we don't even need. For the first game, we don't even need her. So, like, except for the fact that I'd want to paint them all the same, I don't even need to paint her. The little face hugger guys, I think there's like 6 of those. And then the crawling guys, I think there's 4. And then the standing up guys, I think there's either 2 or 4 of those. But those, again, I think the stand-up ones are like lieutenants, and there won't be lieutenants in the first scenario. So could always paint those before the second scenario, third scenario, whenever they show up. We play 2 crew live or 2 live crew. Yeah, you know, well, both work. A little 2 live crew might work. But yeah, that is that. These are these guys painted. Again, the poll is up. I keep saying the Xenos, but again, the Xenomorphs might not be what wins. I think it is currently in the lead. I think the Star Wars Throne Troopers, I think they're in second. Nobody wants to see pirates, and nobody wants to see the base octopus, the base game guys. So those currently aren't being voted for, but if you want to see those, then let me know down below. Now, of course, the problem with the base game is there would be more to paint. Well, actually, I think it's about the same with all of them now that I think about it. Because I think all the first scenarios are, there's 3 spawns. And it's going to be one that's set, which is, of course, always the base guy. And there's 6 of those. And then the next 2 guys up, which, like I said, I think it's 2 or 4 of each of those. So technically, total, any way we look at it, there would be probably 10 to, no, I'm sorry, there'd be 12 to 14 minis, I guess. The benefit is they're all pretty much the same paint. So it's like slap a color on all of them, do the eyes on all of them, do this on all of them, right? And you just kind of assembly line it. That's that. This is this. I don't know what I'm going to be streaming next week. I need to get that planned. But if you want to know what I will be streaming next week, make sure you hit the subscribe button, bell notification to when I go live. You know, all that YouTube stuff. I'm too tired to do my normal outro. If you want to support the Niños, para los Niños, make sure you hit the link down below or the link in chat. I guess the link in chat's still technically pinned there. You could always do that. Dave's throwing it up there. Extra Life. You can help me out in the games, hurt me in the games, or just donate to get some of the games that are sitting back over there behind me that we're calling for charity. And more games will be added to that list as we go. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go catch some sleep. David, you go catch some sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Till next time. Peace.